Alright, you should be charged enough, and now we can get my phone charging, because all my devices need charging. Alright, pop this out. Whoa! I did not click onto just chatting, but that's okay, you can go into just chatting for a moment. That's why you love being an MC. I think if I could get... I think I'd do alright as an MC if I knew what to talk about. Like, years ago I would have been like, no. But now, I think I'd be alright. I feel a lot more confident public speaking. Like, that's why I was okay giving the graduation address and stuff like that. But yeah, definitely back in the day. Excellent. Right, that is all working. YouTube is on. Boom. Boom. Back to Twitch. Right, I don't know how I accidentally clicked just chatting, but in terms of the screen. So, we're here. But that's okay. Because we need to finish this off today. This is actually meant to be finished off a couple of days ago on the schedule. I am running very behind in my scheduling. However, one step took a little bit longer than anticipated, but I love how it turned out. And then I could have finished this off last night, but I, with a bit of peer pressure, decided that I needed a rest night. I pushed myself very hard yesterday, and I felt it last night. I am feeling it today. I had a bunch of stuff that I had to do. I've been pushing myself a lot lately. So, in terms of my schedule and everything I wanted to get done, we're very behind. But, it's okay. We still haven't hit the deadline. The deadline is tomorrow. I think it's tomorrow. It's Friday, but I'm not 100% sure if that's my Friday or Vice Friday. But it's my Friday here, so I'm kind of working on midnight tonight, which is both our Fridays then. But yes, let's get this to the right screen. It's the same scale as streaming with some notes from the sponsors. I talked to them. Oh! Okay, yeah. So, possibly. So let's get this loaded, because there's been some progress since y'all last seen it. Vi has seen this. I had a lovely Discord hand with Vi and Samsara, and I managed to get a bunch of this done. So, you can see, if I can make room on my desk, because of course this is giant. So you can see we have now completely coloured in all of the dress, the frame. We've got our little florals on the cape, and we have our florals on the dress itself. So any shine that you see is because of the direct lights overhead, but when you look at this, that sort of right angle there, you can see that there is no shine, because of course this is a tape that we cut out, and so it is got a shine to it, but at the right angle you can't tell, and it just looks like floral pattern on the dress. And I am very pleased with how this turned out. Like, I'm gonna have to get some more of this tape, because I really love how this turned out for the dress. It was a bit of work to cut it all out and stick it all down and then trim the pieces, and like some of these little pieces, so like these are offcuts that I trimmed from other areas, and then I'd stick them in all the tiny folds, because of course I'm trying to match patterns of the fabric. Yeah, it took a while, but I freaking love how it turned out. And then when I was cutting out, I found that there was a single butterfly, so we also put a butterfly up there because it reminds me of Vi's butterfly brooches. So yeah, I'm loving how it's turned out. I've also taken some photographs and scans of it. It's not called fussy cutting for nothing, right? It wasn't so much the cutting out. Like, that was real easy, just sitting here with a pair of scissors and cutting them out. It was the separating of them. And what I ended up doing was, like, I've only got the bigger pieces left. But like trying to peel the backing off the back of these, even with my nails. So what I ended up doing was I was holding tweezers and shoving a, oh, I need to turn that to all chat, I just realized. Shoving using the blade to separate in here, to separate them, especially when we got to like like this tiny, tiny, tiny little flower, like those little ones, so difficult. So it was like very carefully working with the blade to separate the page, and yeah, it was a bit, but we got there. My hands are definitely shaking by the end of it though. But I freaking love how it turned out, and I'm so glad it turned out how I envisioned. Like, that's good. But yes, so now we just have the background to go. And so the background, what I want to do is we are going to keep it quite simple. We are going to keep it quite abstract. And I want to create the illusion of a Christmas tree and then just some sort of abstract, and doing it all sort of watercolory, soft, lineless, very, very gentle, because it's just the background. It's not our main feature, but we need something in there. Now, I am very aware that this may potentially destroy our page, so this is why I have taken photos beforehand, and if worse comes to worse, I will use those as the final image, clean it up, and digitally add in a background, or talk to Vi about AI art generating a background if I can't produce something digitally that I am a fan of. So that's the backup plan. I can also create it on a separate piece of paper and slip the two together, which I did contemplate doing, but I'm going to try it on here first to begin with. So there's a couple of plans in place if things go atrocious, because watercolor is not my strong suit. But we're going to try, because I think it's going to give the effect that I want. So literally, I'm just going to quickly sketch in a shape for the tree. So I kind of want to do a purple Christmas tree. We'll do some baubles. And then just keep it loose and watercolory back there. So you probably can't even see what I just sketched. That'll be the way. Cool. Alright, so let's think about how we're going to approach this. So all this is just one colour, wet the background, let it bleed out. Yellow is easy. Maybe grab some salt if we want to add some salt and do the salt technique. The tree is working in branches, starting with the light and then adding in darker tones. So we probably want to sketch in our baubles before we begin, because we still need those in place. Okay, so if we're doing a purple tree and yellow, maybe we'll do blue for the baubles. I want to try to avoid using pink, just because we've used so much pink on the dress itself. I want to bring in a lot more purple. So my watercolors are just Winsor & Newton Cotman. That's what I have. We will be using this purple quite a bit, the Dioxazine purple, violet, Dioxazine, I don't know, that colour. And then I do have some blues as well. Let's get this lined up in a way that is good. And then the biggest thing I've learned from Smalt of watercolour is I need to use a brush that is bigger than I would generally think to use, because you want that freeform. Smalt has taught me a lot about watercolour, and I suppose I should technically take this down, but also meh. Just said she's taught me a lot, and then I'm ignoring her advice. Dioxazine. Dioxazine. It sounds like a medication. Alright, I probably should have activated these paints before I went live. That would have been logical as well. some scrap paper here so we can kind of just test our colour. Make sure we've actually got some pigment. Yellow beans! Hello! How are you going today, lovely? We're working on original art today. Yeah. Alright. Alright, scary time. Time to potentially ruin it forever. Alright. Put the colour down, let the paint do its thing. Taping drawings down reminds me of drafting, which I haven't done on paper since the 90s. Looks amazing. Thank you. It's actually for Violaycious. This is based on her character art. And it's terrifying because we may potentially ruin it forever. Let the paint do its thing. I keep wanting to play with it, but this is the biggest thing I've learned is you can't control the watercolor, so just let it do its thing. Because once it's dry, you can come in and add another layer to simulate the shadows and any tones and variations you want. But you just have to let it do its thing. I've been trying to learn. And I'm very, very nervous about this step. Which is also why I didn't want to do it last night, because I was just in so much pain. And I knew that, like, I was not in the right headspace to also deal with, like, mental struggles while trying to do this. I just went completely off my little sketch here, but also meh. I am pretty excited to get very close to finishing off most of my Christmas colouring that I wanted to get done. We did not get to the Kanuko Ego Sa one, so I'd really like to try to finish off that work in progress. That's the one big one I've got left to do, but most of my Christmas colouring has taken place and is like complete. I've completed most of what I wanted to do. I'm so close. You're doing great, Amy. Thank you, Smolt. That means so much coming from you. For those that don't know, Smolt is an amazing watercolorist. Like, the stuff that she produces is just stunning. And Smolt, if you do have it anywhere and you want to share, please feel free to drop your links. I know you don't really post a lot, but if you've got anywhere you'd love to share. No pressure though, hun. I've learnt a lot from back in the days when we did the YouTubes. Alright, very, very carefully here because we have part of the dress. Oh, I think I need a little bit more water here. The brush is feeling dry and I don't think it's meant to feel dry. It's also incredibly humid here, so like I can already feel the paint starting to dry out. It is so hot today. It's meant to be a scorcher today and it's humid as heck. you don't really social media anymore, that's absolutely fine. Everyone's just going to have to trust me because, again, I'm the one with the mic. You're going to have to trust me. I wonder if I still have our copies of the telephone game collab that we did. I don't know. It might be on the hard drive in the old art. It was so fun. Do you have a spray bottle that can help keep your paint wet? I think I do because of the distress inks. I do. Done. And that might be handy to also keep the background damp when I do the wet on wet technique. Thank you. I feel so like I so want to get one of my tiny brushes, but I also know this is helping with like doing these circles, doing the bigger brush as much as I want to get my bigger brushes. Right, so the question I have for around here, is that even a circle? I have not even done a circle. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess we're doing a really big bulbul here. You get to see how badly Amy freehands circles. So, do I do this as a couch, sitting on a seat? Like, I kind of imagined it as a couch, but I also don't want to just block off the couch here because it's a lot of, like, big empty space. So I think we will carry on with the bulbuls. Yeah, little brush will give you a streaky look that you'll want to fuss with and you don't want to fuss. Exactly. Yeah, you need to go big and sweep. As scary as it is. And you don't fuss is the biggest thing. As much as I want to fuss. I think needs a bit too much water on that one. Oh well. It's what it is. We don't fuss. Alright, very carefully next to the dress. Drop in just a little bit more pigment there because that's just a little pale. Although it's not bad if it's a little pale as it goes down because maybe it's more following the tree colour. Alright. Well, I guess the bulbuls they're the same colour but different sizes. Which I kind of like. You know? It's like it's a set. Oh, that was scary. It's so simple, but it's so scary. Alright, now we just give that a second to dry. What would be smart is if I plug in my hairdryer. I have already plugged in my hairdryer. Oh, this is going to be gross because it's so warm. Alright, move those out of the way. Right, I'm going to mute you guys for a moment while I make it dry. Exactly. I'm going to mute you guys for a moment while I dry it. I want it on hot but not fast because we don't want to splotch it everywhere. Well, at least it doesn't take long in this heat. Can I see the color? This is the only problem with how I stuck these little pans down. So my watercolor palette is me pulling it from another set and chucking it in like a Crayola tin with double-sided tape. I'll see if I can pick it up. It's pretty adhered, and the color names are on the side. Actually, that pink one comes out quite easily, so. Ultramarine. No, wait, no, it's not, because it was the next one along that I did, not that one. Sorry. Cobalt blue. My apologies. It was the cobalt blue that I was using. And now I have watercolor all over my fingers. Iced coffee. Alright, so this is where you can go in and make it darker and shade on the sides. So this is where, I think this is now where I use the smaller brush, because we're doing, but we still want to go bigger than I would originally think to do. Because we're fussing, but we're not actually fussing. Just pull out some water. And then we work darker, so we want a more pigmented version. And this time I might also chuck in some ultramarine, so we do get a darker blue. Yeah, I do. I really do. I don't even have swatches of these colours. I'm such a professional. Okay. I'm going to pull in a little of that one too. Oh, now we've gone too into the green family. This is why we should have had swatches. Where's my Payne's Grey? There we go. Just a little bit darker. Yeah. Another time. It's on the to-do list, especially if I use... There's a lot of stuff I actually need to swatch, and I also want to redo my swatches and how I use my swatches, so there might be like a day coming up where I literally just do a swatching stream. Alright. So we're just going to... And if we had done this while it's wet, it would have bled out a bit more. But I want a sharper one initially. And we'll just let this sink in for a minute. And then I'm going to use some water and just blend it out that way. I don't know if that's the right way, but that made logical sense in my brain. So that's how we're doing it. I think it speaks a bit to how much you love using watercolors that you brought this and didn't swatch it. Now, I brought this in... Oh my god, we're about to head to an ad break. I brought this in 2010, I think this set is from. And I've only ever had to refill one of the pans. Which was the purple lake colour. because most of the time when I use watercolors, I'm just doing the abstract background. It's really in the last couple of years that I've started really enjoying wet media for detail work. And it's still not my comfort zone. Pencils are still my comfort zone, but I'm starting to enjoy wet media more and more. So like, I'm still learning. I've got a long way to go with it, but I am enjoying it. But yes, I do need to swatch. Again, there's a lot of stuff I need to swatch. You're absolutely right. Alright, we're just about to head to an ad break, but I want to get these done so that they all dry at the same time. So if it starts an ads before I finish. And then a couple of them I'm going to have to be fast with. Again, I have no idea if this is the proper way, but it made sense in my brain, so this is how we're doing it. I think it's like anything. What is the proper way? Is there even a proper way? Alright. Yes, we have gone into ads. I do apologise. I normally try to not work through ads. I think most of you are subs anyway, so most of you won't get ads, but it's also important we do our stretch. Oh. Alright, that is empty. I'm just going to move this over to the bench and grab an energy drink. Cold liquid. Oh God, I'm feeling it today. Alright, with that cup gone, I can move the water cup back over there because there's actually some room. Oh, I think the light might be coming in the window a bit. But also I need it open so I can get the fan and have air circulating. Because again, it's so humid. Welcome back. Thank you to everyone that bared through the Adlands. Whew. Alright. And it's already dry. So dry. Probably would have been better to do the shading before I dried it and just let it blur a bit, but meh, learn for next time. Right, we're just going to get rid of my guide markings because I'm not even following them, so where's my makeup brush? Ah, right there. Alright, let's see if we can figure out how to do this tree. So, we need a bit of purple. I have some like empty pans somewhere that I keep meaning to add to this because the purple I have isn't actually in the pan set. So I need to add a couple of pans. Oh, that's bright. I think we need a bit more water. Oh, why am I doing this with a brush? I have an eyedropper right there. Oh my god. Seriously, Amy. That's why you keep an eyedropper in this set, so that you can easily pick up and use water. Here we go. Because we want to start pale and then go more intense. It's an opposite way of thinking for me. Alright, let's hope this works. Now we can really screw things up if we want to. Not that we want to, but you know. So... you can go dark to light if you're brave. Oh. Correct tool versus convenient but incorrect tool. Right, yeah. Well, actually, using the eyedropper is way more convenient because you can also get more water. I just forget. Again, it's not my forte, but we're learning, we're trying. And if it works like I imagine, it's going to be great. It just has to work like I imagine. It's kind of a mind trip to like think we're doing the lighter tree branches here. We're already getting too dark. Alright, we're just going to do that whole top corner light because that will be easier. Yeah, it's definitely like I work dark to light. That's how I like to work, but light to dark I think is more logical for this. Again, I'm doing this and I'm not the expert, so don't like trust me in terms of following this. This is not a how-to tutorial. This is a watch Amy potentially screw up tutorial. But also, how you save images when you screw up tutorial. So this is my fort. You can see here we've got like the different layers of the tree starting to form. So we're pulling out the light, and then we'll go in and we'll do the darker, and then we can do another layer of darker and another layer of darker, and hopefully it'll read as a Christmas tree that's purple. The convenience of the tool already at hand versus a proper tool for the job but not in hand. Exactly. Exactly. Right, I need to keep a water dropper on hand and just keep adding to this because it's, again, it's so humid and dry. Like, even the big pool of water I've got is just dropping down so quickly. I'd be curious to find out what humidity is in here. Like, the outside temperature doesn't matter because my apartment is just like a sauna. It just keeps the heat so intensely sometimes. Spritz. Yeah, it's not the, sorry. It's this. I've got a massive pool of water and it's drying down so quickly. I don't know if spritzing that would work. Alright, we seem to be forming a bit of an angle here. So let's like bring it up a bit. And so you can see I'm kind of trying to leave around the bottom of the bulbils a bit because that'd be causing shadows. I'm so nervous doing this. I think it's working, but gosh, I'm still so nervous. Like, you can see the indications of a tree, right? It's starting to look like a tree. I'm not completely crazy with this plan of attack. Alright, we should be getting a little bigger down here as we come down, I guess. You can definitely see it. Good, good. Good, good. This is working. I would start making the layers of a tree a little thicker around the bottom. Yeah. Yeah, well, when we get down here, a lot of this won't be as much in light. I may even, like, let the purple go over the balls a bit. I'm not sure yet. Yeah, let's start going really big. Listen to the expert. In fact, do I do a scary and go for a bigger brush? Because that's also... Yep, come on, trust it, Amy. Go bigger. Go big or go home. mean, you are home, so I can't really go home. But we can still get a fine tip with this, because we can still fade out. But we can also start working a bit bigger. As scary as it is. According to Mini Painters, use as big as a brush as you are comfortable with. According to Small, go with a bigger brush than you're comfortable with. No, it's, for me, like, I am still inclined to use the smallest brush possible, because the smallest brush is control, but with watercolor, you can't control it. So by going big, I'm less likely to try and fiddle and control it. So I do actually have to go bigger in order to have that lack of control. Yeah, I have backup plans, so yeah, I just need to trust the process. It's very, like, you don't control watercolor. The watercolor does what the watercolor does. And it's terrifying, because pencils, I just have so much control. And that's, like, why I love pencils. But also, like, I have an idea and a vision, and I can only achieve it with the watercolor, so... Alright, so we've got a section here, and it goes into the fur. Yes, I would, Small. I legit have out a 00000, and I would use this brush if I could. I'm using a size 7, so this is a massive jump for me. I have a size 1 and a size 7, so, you know, we're really going for it here. Alright, so... I do like it's starting to, I can see it. I can see it. I found I moved to this for most of my work now for a size 2 or 3. The water on the 000 is not a 000, it's a quin 0. It's 5 zeros. 00000. It's what I've been using for all the gouache outlines. Yeah, size 10. Yep. Okay. So I'm still using a too small brush, but it's a massive step for me. So I'll stick with my 7. My 7 and my 1. I will go... do I even have a bigger brush? I was going to say, I'll use an even bigger brush on the background, but I'm like, do I even have a bigger one? Probably in my cupboard, or like my like pencil case of brushes. I haven't used them in a long time. Alright, so now we're getting down here, and there'll probably be a little less highlights down here, because we want this tree to be a little bit more in shadow here, but we still want like some texture and dimension. And if the paint is a little bit more drier here, that's not the end of the world, because down here is going to be a bit darker, because this is a little bit more in shadow, so it can be a bit more pigmented down here if our highlights aren't quite as light. That's okay. Very, very carefully around the edges. I'm probably gonna pick up the tiny brush just to go back around the edges, because I feel very uncomfortable with this and these, like, trying to get it closer to the image. Although the pencil would kind of create a natural barrier, so maybe I can just bring it forward because of the surface of the pencil. It will kind of prevent some of the pigment going through. Yeah, especially in this heat, I'm going to be using dry pigment with the tiny brush. Alright, let's do it. Let's go right up to the edge. Okay, I think we can go a bit more to the edge. I'm just going to block out this section. Okay, scary part. Ooh, saturating the page a bit there. Let's use the brush and pick up some of that excess. Okay. Moment we find out if I actually went over the edges with the white pencil by accident. If there's a barrier that I can't paint. And this doesn't matter too much because that's actually fair, so we kind of want an uneven edge there. Okay. The watercolor may pull into pencil lines depending how deep they are. Scoring the paper is a good way to get some sharp dark lines for texture and grass. Ooh, that would have been a cool technique for the tree actually. Like scoring a bunch of lines in advance. But no, I was making sure that when I sketched this out or transferred the sketch, I was pressing really lightly with my outline lines. And then like this edge, I actually worked just ever so slightly over where the pencil line is with the edge of the pencil for the final edging per se. So yeah, I was trying to avoid, because I knew that could be a potential issue, having pencil on the edge. Okay, so this one I do want to dry down. I wish I could get you guys out a bit more. Just gonna have to put it at a weird angle. Weird angle! Honestly, it's so hot, most of it's already dry. It's just a little bit down here that's still damp. But yeah, most of it's already bone dry. It's so warm in here. I need to find out the temperature. I'm curious. Again, though, the temperature isn't accurate for in my apartment. Should really get like a thermometer or like a humidity reader for inside my apartment. Because the temperature for my region is taken out at the airport, and like the airport is so different to where I am. So apparently feels like 23 degrees Celsius and it's 67% humidity. It feels like it's more humidity in here. C to F. So 73.4 Fahrenheit apparently. So 73.4 Fahrenheit is the outside temperature. And it's much warmer in my apartment. Okay, so we do want to go a bit darker. So I'm just going to drop in just a small amount more pigment. Same color, just more pigmented. .74 is pretty toasty. Yeah. It's not even like the hot season here though. It's pretty average in summer for that temperature here. It's the humidity that gets me though. Like when it starts getting into like the 70s and 80s and it's just getting like muggy, that's when it gets really, really awful. I don't do good with humidity. If it's a dry heat, we're all good. Humidity, nah. Alright, so now we move into the slightly more fiddly. I'm back to my number 1. And we start darkening in here. And yes, I probably could have just painted the whole thing in a straight layer of purple. But this made more sense for my brain for sketching it out and knowing areas to leave. Plus, I can also overlap some areas and create some variation. So, yes, this may be more fiddly, but it worked for my brain. And that's the key here. Yeah, I would be curious. I should look into seeing if I can get a thermometer that also has like a humidity temperature, because I know like this building is a furnace. There was one of the officers around here that was doing a Christmas party yesterday, and so I could hear people in the hallway and they're all like, oh my god, this building is so hot, because it is. So like all day, all I heard was people trying to open up the windows in the hallway, because a lot of them are painted shut. So the hallways get like stinking hot. We have one of those thermometers. Ooh. Yeah, because the temperature for my city is taken out at the airport. The airport is right next to the ocean, so it gets like beautiful ocean breezes. It gets really, really warm out there, but it gets a lot of sea breeze, and it's just not accurate for the city. So like, because it's actually outside the city. It's not like the main area of the city. So I would be curious. I think I need to add a bit more pigment to this. This doesn't feel dark enough to have that contrast that I want. Like it's darker, but it's not dark. Well, maybe. We'll give that a second to dry. Let's just give it a minute and see how it goes. Because again, it is still wet. Like maybe as it settles down, it'll dry. Sometimes it's warm. It depends which way the water's coming in. Sometimes we get very tropical waters. It depends on the ocean current and what's around, because we're affected by. But yeah, we also have black sand beaches here because our beach is full of iron, so our sand is black, and is a nightmare to walk on. So sand shoes are wonderful. Yeah, see, it's drying down and it's very similar, which could be a good thing, because then we could go in and we could do another layer and darken it again, right? Like, do I need more contrast to begin with, or do I add more contrast with more strands? My gut is telling me I need more contrast. I've never been in warm seawater. Oh, okay. Yeah, we get, it depends on the currents and where the sea's coming from, but sometimes we get really beautiful, tropically clear, like, island tropics water, and then sometimes we get icy cold water, and it depends on different currents and different times. We're quite a good surfing capital because of our variations in the water. So like one of the big tourist attractions here is that you can ski and snowboard on the same day. You can ski/snowboard and then surf on the same day. Because certain beaches also get really, really intense swells. So watercolor is a choose your own adventure. I like that. I'm going to trust my gut. My gut hasn't been wrong so far. My gut is telling me to darken, so we're going to trust the gut. And we're just going to darken with a lot more pigmentation. And then if that's not enough, we'll add a little bit of Payne's Grey. We'll add this in before it dries. Some of these areas are already dry, so we'll just paint over them. Because the idea is I don't want to do too many like individual strands. It's meant to be out of focus. So we want to try and get detail without doing too much detail. So the contrast is probably going to help with that. So it's like, it's a Christmas tree, but it's not like the sharp details of the picture. Yeah. One of the beaches in Gisborne has like a little waist deep channel in the sand that running parallel to the shoreline. At low tide you walk out to that and it's lovely and warm. And then you step out, it's ankle deep for ages to get out to the ocean proper. Ooh. We have a couple of beaches around here. So I grew up near Fitzroy Beach, which is like a good surf beach, but oh my god, the hill to get down to it, nightmare. It was always the worst thing as a kid because we'd go swimming at the beach because it was just up the road from us. So like every summer, and then when I was like 12, Mum was like, yeah, you're old enough to go swimming on your own. And at that point I'd also like really proven my worth with swimming because I'd actually, you know, pulled people out of rips and stuff before, so they knew I knew how to swim. The beach was also monitored by a surf lifeguard, so Mum was like, yeah, no, you're good, go swimming. Because I loved swimming. I used to go swimming all the time, and like after dinner, Dad and I used to walk up all the time and would just go for a swim. I was a real mermaid kid. But it's definitely like, you could go boogie boarding and you get washed out by the waves. It was definitely like a very intense beach, and people surfed there a lot too. My favourite beach to go to now would actually be Namutu, because it's technically at the port, so the water's not actually the cleanest water, unfortunately, but it's so easy to access because it's all flat. And then because of the breakwaters that are there, like it's like a little inlet bay, so it's really calm and it's really good for just floating on and swimming, but unfortunately it's not the cleanest water. There's also East End, which is full of rocks. But that also has a river that leads to it, so a lot of kids like to go to that one. A lot of parents like to take the toddlers to it because the river's really, really low, like ankle deep, so it's a really good safe one for the kids. We also, when we moved from my childhood home to the home my mum now still lives in, there's a little river just down the road that you could go swimming into at a local domain. And that's, like, again, pain in the butt to get to. But that's really cool. But I never liked swimming in the river because it just felt like dirty, and you get all these, like, plants and these eels in that river, and occasionally things would slither past your leg and you're just like nope. But that had some little rapids that was fun to swim into, so yeah. Hey Lydia, it's lovely to see you again. How you going, hun? But yeah, if I go, I haven't been swimming in ages. The last time I went swimming was the hospital physio pools. Because of course I need assistance to get in and out now, because I can't just rock up to the beach. So yeah, and I really, really miss it because swimming was always just my go-to. I freaking love the water. I love swimming. Yeah, I'm definitely glad we darkened that. I like the contrast a lot more. Make sure we kind of have some edges here. This top one's like, clearly wasn't quite sure what I was doing, but I'm feeling a little bit more confident now. A bit tired today since I've been baking all morning, but doing well. I'm glad. What have you been baking? Is it all the like Christmas baking and stuff? Oh my god, I can't imagine baking right now. It's so hot. My contribution for Christmas dinner that I'm doing this year is a couscous salad. So my only cooking is boiling the jug. But I did that on purpose because if I am swollen and sore, it's like, this is a dish that I can make even when I'm pretty inflamed. Unfortunately, Christmas is on day 10 of my injection cycle. So it's like going to be one of the most painful days, and I've still got to negotiate getting to family. So it's like, I'm bringing something that I can cook regardless of mobility, because it's literally just boiling a jug and then dumping the jug into a bowl with some spices and the couscous, covering it, letting it sit for 5 minutes. And then it'll just be served with cherry tomatoes dumped out of a container and a bag of mescaline. It's so simple. It's very tasty though. I've actually got a pile that I've made up, and I've just been eating that as sort of breakfast and lunch. Because once it's cooked, it's just like, boom, chuck it all together and be done. Whoa, that was a lot of light that just blared out there in my face cam. One of my mum's co-workers ordered a bunch of goodies, and the last 2 days I've made about 6 dozen cookies, carrot cake, zucchini bread, and peanut butter Rice Krispie balls. Oh my god, that's a lot. That's a lot, but well done. Oh, that sounds good. I love carrot cake and zucchini bread. So delicious. But I'm super happy because normally that would absolutely exhaust me, but I was self-advocating and brought a chair into the kitchen to sit when I needed a break. How's yes? I have a shower chair type stool in my kitchen. The hospital provided it for me, so like when I do dishes, I can sit on this stool. It's not the most comfortable thing because like I kind of have to sit with my legs like that, because of like where the cupboard is to access the sink. It needs like an empty space underneath for me to put my legs for it to be absolutely comfortable. But it definitely makes a difference if I've got a pile of dishes or chopping to do. Being able to sit down and do it, definitely better. Aligrata, hello, welcome into the chat. I love the colours there, thank you so much. We are doing something that I am not confident with today, watercolors, but I think it's going okay. It is to finish off this beautiful picture that we've been working on for quite a while for the wonderful Violaycious. It is a digital Christmas card, so it's going to be used in part of her stream. So right now I'm just trying to get the Christmas tree background done, and then just got some like abstract yellow splotchies that we're doing there. That's real easy. So I'm just getting this Christmas tree done, and then this whole page is done. Have more confidence. This is going great. Thank you, Smalt. That means a lot coming from you. I'm feeling a lot more confident now. Like, now that this is starting to come together, I'm starting to be like, oh yeah, this is coming out like I imagined. So that's good. So now it's just like making it look correct and how I imagined. But it's good to know that like I'm getting it with watercolors, I think. I'm still not like confident in them, but this is cool. Like, this is a step. So maybe I do have to order the watercolor coloring book. I'll be like, when it's finished and it's done, and then if, you know, Vi comes back and goes, yep, we're good, then I'll be good. You know, I could still screw it up, or Vi could go back and go, I hate it, although I know Vi likes it so far. So I just want it to be perfect. Vi deserves it being perfect. I think you're doing amazing. I've popped in and lurked, found you via Doomfruit a while back, and finally had a moment to chat. Oh, we love Doomfruit here. Doom is so good. It's so cool. I was thinking that I'd seen your name over there potentially. I was like, I'm pretty sure you're one of the ones that come in via Doom as well. So that's really cool. Yeah, Doom is such a wonderful community. I don't get over there as much as I'd like to. I usually can get there on his Friday streams because that's my Saturday. So he's usually part of my Saturday routine. But yeah, this piece is absolutely stunning. Thank you, Lydia. I'm very happy with the pencil work and how the washi tape technique worked. Again, I'm gonna have to get some more of that washi tape and do that again because that turned out really, really well. You just got to keep building on the basic techniques. Yeah, and that's it. I just don't practice them enough. But it's the same thing with the gouache. Like, again, it's really, this year, I have done so much more wet media. Like, all the ink work that we did. If you remember the merms that we did in Mythomorphia. Oh my gosh, what else have we done? But there's been a lot of, like, wet media work this year. And I've really, really enjoyed it. Yes, that's right, you do. Allegrata, if you have any links you want to drop, please feel free, because I have seen your stuff and it is gorgeous, and I do encourage link sharing here because we're nosy and we like creative stuff. Yeah, it is really stunning work. Yeah, so normally what I share on Dooms is my colouring from colouring books. This is actually original art, so that's quite fun to do like my own art for a change. But yeah, I'm usually sharing the colouring works. My room always smells like a small fire. Oh my god, I would be like in anxiety mode all the time. I get so paranoid about the smell of fire. Oh. But also whip it. Noink, 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 noink. It is kind of fun to just like draw in sporadic shapes here and watch it come to life. Yeah, there we go. We've got a link. We've got a link. When it wants to load. I thought I was already following you. I do not. Oh my gosh, you stream as well? Ooh. Look, I'm learning a lot today. Why have I got caps on? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. We fully encourage a mental health break here. It is so, so important. It's so easy, especially this time of year too, but just any time of year to get just so burnt out, especially in like this, like, you know, we're surrounded consistently by noise and chaos and just like go, go, go. And like, you know, you are what you make it. Keep pushing, keep doing this. It's like sometimes it's actually okay to just slow down and just take time for yourself. I am bad. I preach it and I am bad at doing it. I did a couple of weeks ago, I took a week off, and that was purely for mental health. You know. Always, always. Self-care is sexy. And that's why a lot of these streams are very chill and low-key, because we do is the self-cares. Yeah. Yeah, that was what I thought, Sammy. The stream overlay twins. It's a good overlay though. It's good colours. You're welcome, Allegrada. I love being able to shout people out. My mods know that just like, I forget to do it most of the time, but I'm just like, shout everyone out. Everyone gets the shout outs. Purple is one of my all-time favourite colours. Yes, it's a good colour. I kind of want to dye my hair purple now. I mean, I need to dye it full stop because it's so green instead of blue. It's so faded. But I'm also like, oh, do I go purple? And then like a reminder came up that it was like 6 years ago when I did dye my hair purple. When I like deviated from the colour at the time, which I think I was doing pink and then I switched to try purple. Because I was doing the pink and then I did pink, purple, blue, tiered. And then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to do purple. And then I liked purple and I was like, what if we go blue? And then I really liked blue and we just stuck with blue. With some swings and variations in there when I get a bit bored and like, I'm going to change up my colour. I usually end up back at blue. No matter what colour I do, I usually end up back at blue. I'm sorry, I'm on light mode right now, so no, you're all good, Sammy. You're all good. I mean, we've got plenty of mods here, and I don't expect anything from you guys at all. Just, I know I've seen it in so many streams recently that there is a lot of those horrible spammies going on at the moment. Seems like everyone's decided to come in and spam, so we'll just keep a bit of an eye out for the trolls, but we're usually pretty good here. We're usually pretty safe. Although we did have actual trolls in the stream last time, which was shocking to say the least, because it's not often it happens. Don't know what's going on. It's not just like last night, Sammy, your stream. That was the most we've had in your stream as well, but yeah, it's not just you. It's been a few streams that I've been watching lately. There's been a real influx again of people just coming in to troll, which is sad. It's like, genuinely, this is how you want to spend your time? I love the blue in yours though. Thank you. I really enjoy being blue. Blue's definitely my colour. But yeah, I need to... Oh, I should have done that to begin with. This is a lot of big empty space, and the colours are drying before I get back to them. But yeah, I do need to get on to redying it. Eventually. Let's just do it streaky and then it'll just look like layers. That'll work. I think that'll work. I have fixed the holes and attached one of the 4 sleeves. Heck yeah! Go, Sammy, go! Go, Sammy, go! They come and go. I had dozens one night, which is when I switched out to a non-follows and added restriction. Yeah. Yeah, I've never particularly had an issue with it. There was years and years and years ago, I'm talking like 2018, when it was the surge of the hate raids. that was probably the worst time. I used to get a lot of people coming in and commenting on like weight and stuff back then, and that's when they had a lot more usernames slipping through that unfortunately were problematic. They've gotten a lot better at dealing with all that now. I mean, people are still going to slip through. There's always going to be people that just have nothing better to do and think it's funny. And it's just like, I feel sorry for you that you think this is entertainment. Like when they come in and they're clearly being icky, that's easy because it's an instant ban. It's when they come in and you're just sitting there going, are you trolling? What are you, is this? And that's when I don't like it. Because I'm like, I genuinely don't know. Aligrata, yeah. If Vi says it's easy, it's easy. Vi is so good with all this tech stuff. It's something I probably eventually should do. But again, like, I find the art community is very chill compared to a lot of other communities. I mean, maybe not with what happened with the recent changes, but usually art is a very chill space. You usually don't have too many issues in the art channels, I find. I used to get a lot more hate raids and stuff when I was the gamer and I was doing games, and then when I stopped doing games and was just doing makers and crafters and art, it was a lot better. So I am half expecting it now that I occasionally play games on the channel, but also I don't play games that frequently. I am definitely an art channel streamer, and you know, we just have the chill vibes here. So like, if people want to, if that's what entertains them, all good. They're just going to get out of here quickly, because again, safe space means it's a space where they don't have a voice. You don't come in and, you know, disrupt the vibes. Chai, hello. Having a chill morning, keeping warm. Oh my god, can you take my heat? It is so hot here. I had a Siri book this morning. It took like 2 minutes. Nice. So far I've met some of the sweetest and most wholesome in the art community. Oh, I'm not saying that there's not, like, every channel, every community, there's always going to be something along the way, but also I just don't hang out at those ones. Like, I very much know what I like when I hang out in a stream. Most of the time I'm in the art channels. There's very few gamers that I do follow specifically. In fact, most of them are in this room. Most of them are here because Chai, Samsara, and Vi are the free game streamers that I do will go and watch consistently. Ruby is another one. Yeah, but the other times I'm usually in arts. I like the art channels, and occasionally I'll pop into other people's game streams, but I tend to hang out more on the art channels because it's what I'm interested in. I love seeing the creative process. I love chilling in a stream and watching people create and then creating alongside them. Right, this is where we switch to the bigger brush, and I think I need to do that because I feel like I'm getting too, like, fussy again, and it's getting too... We're going to do it. We're going to trust the gut. We're trusting the gut. We're going for the bigger brush, even if it's so big and massive and scary. Scary big brush. Scary big brushes. Scary. How are you going, Chai? It's lovely to see you. I did a small micro stretch before. Sorry, I didn't actually go, hey, here's your stretch, but thank you for redeeming the stretch. How are you going, lovely? It's wonderful to see you. I'm sorry it's so cold for you. It's frickin' boiling here. I'm just talking before about how humid this room feels, and it's kind of making the paint dry quicker than I want. But we're up to the final step of this. It's so good to see you stream again last night, Sammy. I know it'd been a little bit. What is the time? Oh, I just realized how much time. 4 minutes. Oh, it's too early to take Mum a coffee. Oh, yeah, no, we're just going to have to take a mid break. Okay. So for those that are wondering what I'm muttering about, my mum is at a market next door to me. So I will be taking you down a coffee later on. But it'll be a bit after 12. It's just a bit early for a coffee right now. So we will do another break then. But we are about to head to an ad break, so I want to get this to a point that I can stop. Just let things dry out for a while. Yeah, I'm pretty sleepy and quietly working on figures for your masters. I listen to an RPG of favourite video games in the background too. Nice. Probably have to start thinking about lunch soon enough. Yeah, it is getting to that time. It's a good stream for what I was awake for. Yeah. No, very sweet but also emotional games. But that puzzle game, that hurt my brain. But it was good as well. Alright. Working up to the lines. Alright, so I probably still need to go back and do a bit of a cast shadow on some of these. Like here. Since we're here. Definitely around here. And then let's just add some more depth in here where it's quite big. Okay, a hydrate as well. Thank you, Small. I will do that in the ad break in about a minute. I promise. I'm just going to try and get this layer done. Just so it can kind of all dry together consistently. Racing the clock, but not really, but kinda. And the paint is slightly drying out again. Probably because I've used so much of it. That was way too much to add. Smush the colour around. Well, at least that section will stay wet. And this section's actually meant to be darker, so it's not actually entirely the end of the world. I'll just like move some of you around just a little bit, not fussing with it too much because we can't fuss with it, but letting the colour bleed. And then we definitely need to darken down there a bit. It is meant to be our darkest section, so. Okay, let's let that dry. Have some water, and we are just about to head to an ad break. Sorry about the sort of rushed bit there. But yes, for those that have just joined, we do play ads every hour as a self-care reminder to stretch and look after the body. So I'm going to put you on the Be Right Back screen while I pop to the bathroom, and this ad break will play any second. In fact, there it is right there. Break screen. Still got about 30 seconds before the ads end. Whew. Oi, oi, oi. Ah, ah. No, God, not again. Oh, where did that go? Where did that go? Oh, pardon me. Cool, no idea. Didn't come flying this way, did it? Ah, it did. Here we go. Alright, welcome back from the ads, everybody. Thank you for bearing with us as we did that. That's our stretch time, hydrate time, bathroom time, self-care time. which allows me to stream comfortably without pain, which is very important. Alright, so most of it's dry. Again, just the bottom's not dry. But because we have some bigger sections, I feel like we need to do one more layer, but go darker. And this time I might add in a little bit of Payne's Grey and make like a desaturated purple and just do some really small sections just to break up like these bigger sections and just add a little bit more dimension and contrast, because we all know I love contrast. But I think once that's done, the tree is done. Like, I really like how it's working, and it is giving that effect that I wanted of sort of like there, but not like the prominent sketchy details of the front. So I think we are winning. It's coming together. Nico, hello. How are you going today, lovely? It's great to see you again. Oh, I still had some menthol cream on my fingers when I rubbed my nose there. Well, I'm getting a nice clear nose. Yeah, I think it's getting there. Let's darken a bit more. I'm great. I procrastinated a bit, but I got great inspiration. I love that. Sometimes it's good to take a break from your project and then come back and like view it with fresh eyes, because it gives you like ideas of how to progress and, you know, inspiration, as you say. Alright, mix this all up because we want a dark grey purple. Yeah, there we go. So we've got like a desaturated purple. I don't even know if this is picking up well. But like a really dark desaturated purple now because we've added a bunch of violet, a bunch of Payne's Grey to the violet. And then we're back to number one. But we're doing some smaller sections, so I feel like the number one's appropriate. As I have 4 projects running at the same time, I always get stuck. Yeah, I've been trying to get my work in progress pages down for colouring books. I started the year with 58, and it looks like, I think I'm down to 22 at the moment, and like 10 of them, I think, are from 2022. So I'd like to try and get one more of those old work in progresses finished and get that down to single digits. And that will feel really, really, like, awesome. Whether or not we'll achieve that, who knows? We've got a little bit of time before the new year, so... But our only goal right now is finishing this off. So yeah, I'm just going to add in like just another little layer. I'm currently watching a trailer from a game in there and brought back a loved character, so I'm drawing something from the game. That's excellent, Nico. It's awesome when like media inspires us as well. Which game is it? We have quite a few gamers in the channel, so I suppose technically I'm a gamer. I play video games. I don't know. I occasionally play video games. Although I have been playing a lot more Switch lately, but that's because I've been playing Suika, the watermelon fruit game. I love that game. I love that game so much. Speaking of video games yesterday, I finally finished finding all of the Bulbul Frogs in Tears of the Kingdom. Well done. I have never actually played a Zelda game. I've watched many people playing Zelda games. I've never played a Zelda game. I play video games quite frequently, but I don't stream them that often. Most of my games are MMOs or RPGs, and I can't control what people say. Yeah, no, that's very, very wise, Allegrata. That's very wise. You want to be very careful who you bring onto your stream. Destiny 2. Oh. I know someone else who plays Destiny 2 and they really love it. Yeah. Watching Vi and Sammy play Tears of the Kingdom and a couple other people, it kind of does make me want to get into it, but also I'm aware of how much is in that game and how much of a commitment that game is, and I'm just like I still haven't gotten back to Fae Farm, and I was so excited for Fae Farm. I like cutesy games. We should get back to Stardew at some point too. We went on a real Stardew kick there for a while. Mostly play Souls, Metrovanias, or roguelikes games with a challenge. That makes sense. If that's what you enjoy, that's what you play. I tend to play very cutesy or farming type sim games or sims. So I play a lot of Stardew, Sims. Right now it's Suika. Lego games. I love Lego games. Or I love a game with a good story. Detroit Become Human is one of my favorite games. It's like a visual narrative story, but also the outcome changes depending on the answers that you choose, and I love Detroit Become Human. Does have some whoa, okay, I need to be careful here because that's still wet down there and I just dipped my hands into it. It does have like some triggering topics that it covers, but it's also why it's so fascinating is the topics it covers. So yeah, last year for my birthday, actually, that was the first video game that I played on the stream for a while, but I did a special birthday stream where I actually did one full playthrough of Detroit Become Human with chat helping me to choose answers, so playing with the chat where I could. Some of the stuff is time-based, so some of the stuff I had to just choose an answer, but chat kind of gave me guidance on like the route they wanted to take, so that was really, really fun. I had so much fun playing that with chat. No, that's all good, Chai. I appreciate you doing that. I'm sure there's a bunch of people in here. Since a bunch of people use SiriBot, that is very appreciative. Thank you, Chai. Yeah, that's the thing, Nico. There are just so many games out there. Like, play what you enjoy, you know? Like, I'm not a fan of platformers for me personally to play. I don't mind watching people play them. But it's like, you know, there's so many games out there. Play what you enjoy. It's the same as I say with colouring and all that sort of stuff. Like, you can't colour wrong because there's just so much out there. So colour what you enjoy. Play what you enjoy. Because I think for me, when I'm watching people, like the few people that I do watch playing, so like Ruby, in fact I should shout Ruby out because Ruby is delightful, and she will be streaming again soon now that she's moved and managed to sort out her accommodation situation. This is Ruby. Okay, so Ruby is a wonderful Kiwi streamer who plays video games, and the games she plays are games I would never ever play. Like Hades is one of the ones that she's been playing consistently, and Hades, like, that is a game that just would not interest me because it's so much repeating. Like the mythology, the artwork, it's beautiful, and I can appreciate it from a visual sense, but the mechanical playing of that game is just like the mechanics are not something I would enjoy playing. But Ruby enjoys that game so much, and the joy on her face and her laughter as she plays it makes it enjoyable to watch her play it. So that's why I say, you know, play what you enjoy, both for streaming but also off stream, because it shows when you stream, when you are playing a game you truly enjoy, and it makes it so much more enjoyable to watch. Like a couple times when I've tried to go and watch game streamers and they're clearly playing a game because it's the game of the moment and they don't care as much about it, it shows, and I'm not that interested. Yeah. And that's it. Ruby's laughter, like, it's the joy in it. It's the same thing watching, you know, like Chai, when you're playing games that you absolutely love. I would love to see, like, Outer Wilds, like actually see you play Outer Wilds, because I've never caught you playing it, but the way you talk about that game, like watching you play Life is Strange and how much you enjoyed that game, like watching people play a game that they truly enjoy is so enjoyable, even if it's not a game I'd enjoy watching, because it shows. It's that joy on the face, it's that joy in how they play, it's that joy. And I think that's the thing, like when I played Detroit, you know, at my birthday stream, it's not what I would usually do for stream content, but I knew people could see that it's the games that I like, and it puts a lot more energy into it. Yeah, that Trapper playing a game because it's popular. Yeah, House Flipper and Chai. Oh my god, House Flipper and Chai is a mood. Exactly, Sammy. Like, so much in those games. So yeah, play what you enjoy, because it shows. Exactly. Like, not every game is going to suit everybody. Again, I don't like... So I say I don't like horror games, but I quite like The Quarry, and I quite like Until Dawn. But again, it's that narrative storytelling focus. It's not about the horror, it's about the story. So I do appreciate those games, but straight up horror games, nah. But that doesn't mean there's not a place for them. Because there are people who genuinely enjoy those games, who enjoy being scared, who enjoy that. And that's like, cool, if that's what you enjoy, all good. It's the same thing with colouring and art, and like, find what you love, do what you love, because no matter what you're doing in life, if you're doing something you love, it just brings out this radiance about people, and that is what's beautiful to watch. That's what's interesting to watch, is watching someone do something that they love. I think that's what resonates with people, so... And that's why I keep on streaming colouring, because I genuinely love colouring. Again, I colour every day. There's very few days I do not colour, because I genuinely love it. And I think it shows, and I think it adds to the stream content, because it's something I genuinely love and passionate about. Don't get me wrong, it's been fun to do my own art, and I'm enjoying this. But I also really like... Oh, I hope you dry down less dark. I'm beginning to regret how dark that is now. Although it does still look purple, it just looks very different on the screen. Don't trust the screen, trust it in real life. And in real life, it does look very purple. In fact, it's very complementary to the hair. Trust your eyes, Amy, not the screen. I like it, though. I think it's good. I think we're back. Alright, sounds like dinner is done. Ooh, yum. You're all good. I am just about to take a micro break. So I know we just had ad breaks, and I do apologise. The timing didn't quite work out here. But I do have to run my mum down a coffee. So I am going to be about, hopefully less than 10 minutes. Probably more like 5 minutes. I've just got to boil the jug, quickly make her a coffee, run it down, run back. I don't run. But, you know. We're going to be as quick as possible. I do apologize. We are taking a mid-show break, but this is a really perfect opportunity. If you need to grab some food, make a drink, again, I am going to be a few minutes. Rather than putting it on the break screen, I'm just going to put like a little be right back on this screen. You're unlocked. Good, good. Let's just move you down here. And I will just leave the arts up for the moment. You can watch paint dry. Fun, fun. Alright, I'll see you in a couple of minutes. Shouldn't be too long. Okay. I am here. I just quickly changed the water. Grabbed my lunch. I'm just gonna take a couple mouthfuls. Okay. Mum is sorted. Much better. Thank you, Smell. We also changed our water because the background, we definitely want nice clean water because we're going to be doing just a yellow splotchy background technique. The paint is almost dried. There's just a couple of areas where it's not dry. Cool. Alright, that's all going good. Right, I don't want to risk bumping it. So, let's blast with a hairdryer. Make sure this doesn't happen again. I don't know if the purple will show on screen. Alright, mute the mic. Okay, cool. So, where'd anything go around here? Legit, where did the eraser go that I was using earlier go? There it is. Just pick up all this pencil dust from around here. So this side of the background, we're keeping pretty straightforward. We're just going to be doing yellow wet on wet and just letting the paper do its thing, letting the colors bleed, and just creating a soft yellow. No, I did not. Thank you so much for pointing that out. My apologies. I was just debating between the 3 shades of yellow that I have. I'm using the medium yellow because one is too golden, one is too lime, so the mid's just kind of there. And then I just tested some brown ochre in there, and then I also just erased the background and removed all the background muckiness. My apologies. Professional streamer. And then I was just commenting that I do actually have a bigger brush. I have a ginormous brush. I would do a mid and an almost can't tell you did, but a smaller bit of pink into the yellow. Ooh. Okay. Just enough pink to make it a romantic yellow. Actually, I do like that. That does give it the desaturation without making it. Smol, you're a freaking genius. So I'm just making up a really big well of the color in advance because I know we're going to need a ton of it. I want you pigmented because we're actually watering down the background. This is where it would be really handy to actually have this yellow in a tube so I could just add a pile directly like I did with the purple. I do not. You are very correct, Smalt. It makes a lot of sense, and it definitely, as soon as I did it, I was like, damn, yeah, it's way better. Thank you. It's very handy having someone who knows what they're doing watching. Yeah, so it's like still yellow, still the mid yellow, but definitely ties in a bit more. Right, hopefully we've made enough. We'll find out. And hopefully this does not dry out too quickly. It's okay that there's still a little bit of yellow on this brush. So I need to work like fast, but still sensibly. This is probably also where I should have taken down the page. It would have been a lot more logical. It's okay, I'll flatten it later. Alright, we might try and keep a bit wider around the Christmas tree itself. I don't have to get right up to it. Alright, just move that water bubble down so we don't have complete saturation there. Alright, let's go. Then we just go boom. Start letting the colour bleed and do its thing. And of course yellow is the contrast to purple, so this is also going to make our purple pop as well. So I need a little bit going into the here, but then can also fade out. Yeah, go Samsara. And Lydia, thank you so much. Best of luck with tutoring. Thank you for popping in. It's always lovely to see you, dear. Oh, don't put your fingers on it. Alright, so I do need to come back in and cut around the pom-pom just to give the fur texture, but I don't want to do that when it's like chunky in there and we're starting to dry out. I'm a bit hesitant using that spray bottle though, because it will also spray everywhere, but I need the paper to stay saturated. This could be where we ruin it. The part that I thought would be easy could be the part that ruins it. Yeah, probably should have taken this down. Too late now. Let's remove a potential problem though, where the purple got smushed onto the desk. Just use your big brush for water. Okay. Let's not use that one. Let's get, where have my tissues gone? Where's anything? Alright, now we can do some more concentrated pigmentation. But I kind of like it. Like, it's messy. We've still got to clean up the edges. But I think we've got that sort of splotchy texture that I was after. And that sort of wet on wet blend. It is so fun though, just dropping paint onto wet paper and just watching it splosh out. Ooh, okay, we're saturated. Okay, the edge is definitely saturated, so no more pigmentation there. Wet paint is fun to watch, it really is. I have to admit, this is really fun. As messy and scary as it is, it's really fun. I do like abstract backgrounds though, are super fun to do. Alright, a lot of this section is actually already dried out a bit. Yeah, a lot of this section is dry, so we can only just sort of splotch it. It is, and I'm using my bigger of the brushes. The only other brush is the ginormous brush I use to wet the background. Oop. Alright, so... there's my other tissue. Let's use you. I wonder if I can sort of lift some of these. Yeah. Create a little bit more texture by lifting up some of the damper areas and stamping down. So it's got like a bit of texture and dimension. I think I can take you out a little further. No, that's not what I want. I want that one. So around here is annoying me, so let's blend that out. No, you dried out. Okay, now comes the real problem because I can't darken anywhere because it's already too dry. Does anywhere need darkening? Unless we just dry it and then we go again, but and work in sections. That could work, because then I could like wet over here but then only put the colour over here and just let that blend out and let it be. Although, will the water reactivate it? Because it does reactivate, doesn't it? So if I like only wet here, it's going to reactivate there. Oh my gosh, we're already heading to another ad break. Time flies. Time absolutely flies. I think we need to dry a bit because it's feeling extra, like really saturated as well. So I think we'll just let it dry and then come back to it. So I'm just going to let it sit and dry on the ad break and eat some more of my lunch, which for anyone curious is a couscous salad. And then we might see how I feel if I want to put any darker tones in there. Should be able to lay on top if you're not scrubbing the paper. Fantastic. Alright, I think that'll work then, because then I can just go in and like darken areas but still bleed it out without bleeding the whole thing. Thank you, Small. Alright, I'm going to do some leg stretches under the desk and just shove some food in my gob. I really like how that's come together though. Like the purple is now absolutely popping with that background. The pink was a brilliant suggestion. Thank you, Smalt. I didn't even know how to explain what was wrong with the yellow. And you picked up on it perfectly. I appreciate you being here so much. Right, do I need to shove any more food down? No, I just ate too much too quickly, so I need to let that go down before I have some more. Or else we're going to have stomach problems. Got about 30 seconds left in ads. And boom, welcome back. Thank you to anyone who went to Adland for us. Always appreciative. I did do some stretches and I just ate some food. I, of course, did have a big stretch running that coffee down to Mum earlier, so we're feeling good and limber at the moment anyway. I still did some leg stretches under the desk. Alright, so we still have... Oh, maybe I should blast that with a hairdryer. Alright, so sorry. I will remember to unmute this time. See? Remembered to unmute. Alright. So, use you, because then I can get the control that I need to get into these little areas. To dampen in here and just kind of cut it off across there. And we'll use the littler brush. Yay! Yay for being professional streamer and actually remembering to do what I meant to do. Right, give that a minute to saturate down and then we can add another layer. And then I want to do around here. brush a bit out. Sorry, I know it's not the best angle right now. It's kind of how I have to... We're kind of working to what's comfortable, not what's the best for stream, sorry. It's such a big piece. Alright, that cleans up in there. And it doesn't need to go right up. I still want to put it in a little bit more around here. Dampen around in here so we can darken this right up. Bring this out a bit. Yo. Nerve-wracking. Alright. I don't think there's really too many areas. Like, it's got some really interesting textures in there. I don't even know if the camera's picking it up. I hope it is. Like, the different textures and dimension. Deepen up the corner, and then we can fix up that area by just scrubbing it away. Never happened. You can also drop a bit more pigment up here, top frame the piece for having darker corner. You have bagel bites? Yum. Yum, yum, yum. I've basically been living on the couscous salad because it's like everything's prepped to go. I have a rotisserie chicken that I had like pre-shredded. And then I've got just like tomatoes and cucumber chopped up. And so I just dumped some tomato, dumped some cucumber, dumped some chicken. I cut a little bit of cheese for this one. Got some red onion chopped up, ready to go. The couscous is all made. It's full of like cumin, coriander, garlic, chili. And then it's made up with chicken stock. It's got sultanas in it too, so there's a little bit of sweetness, which really just is quite delicious with it. So yeah, it's all like ready to go. I just dump it in a bowl and eat it. And so that's been like lunch and dinner yesterday, and then it was breakfast, and now it's lunch again today. Don't normally like eating the same meal continuously, but it's also just too hot to cook. And this is ready to go. You know, I think it might be there. I think if I just keep playing with it, I'm just going to keep playing with it. Just going to blend out this area. I had some roast veg and garlic butter stuffed chicken earlier. Yum. There we go. We've got a little bit more tone and variation in there. Give that contrast. It's a lot of big empty space up there though. Do I want to add anything else? Although that being said, it gives room for Vi to add in the text, because there's also text going onto this. So that was also part of the reason of having a more blank background, was so that there's an area to add in what Vi needs to add in. Yeah, no, I think that's it. I think we'll just give it a blast with the hairdryer. Ooh. Remember to unmute. Peplums, more like pep duns. Nice. Go, Sammy, go. Both being productive. I think we're done, folks. I wish I could, like, capture it full screen. If I do this, and then, like, I could turn the camera, or you all can do the whole, like, head to the side. Of course, I'm going to be reversed because of me being reversed. Move that so you don't get a shadow. Oh, it's done. It's done, it's done, it's done. I do like that yellow. It's really making the purple pop now. Hold it up to face cam. I can do, actually. And haven't got the best colour balance on here. Although, that being said, on my screen it looks fantastic on this camera. Because it's not being blown out by the light. Yeah. I think I'm pretty pleased with that. It's the background that I kind of imagined. So the only thing I want to do is cover glitter in it, but we can't do that because it doesn't capture digitally. So I'm already going to have enough issues with this tape, but it was more about the pattern on the tape than the fact that it's a gold texture. It's done! Yay! 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 I am very pleased that it's done. I'm done before the due date. No, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm very tempted to smoke. I would like to actually send by the original as well, but I need to look into that. But yeah, I will leave that to dry a little bit more solidly, and then I will capture the digital copy, edit it, because of course even though I photograph it or scan it, combination of both, it still has to be edited digitally to look realistic, basically. Can we see a close-up again? Looks like there's a highlight in the tree or a white spot. Yep. Like this way? Or did you want to go under the actual art cam? It's gonna need a minute. I'm half tempted to grab the Poscas and also do a shine highlight on each of the baubles. Just like the third, just right at the third ball down. This one here, that tiny little spot on the edge of the tree. I mean, there's still like white in the light purple sections, which is fine. Just right off the third ball down. So this ball here, fourth ball. So this one, or are you meaning the fifth one in this little bit here? You mean like this section here that's light purple? Yeah, you mean in this light purple branch here? Yeah, the colour balance can be a bit iffy on some of those lighter purples. Can't go like this. I don't know if that shows up at all. I couldn't see it in real life. It'll be one of those things to look at digitally. There's always like, when I look at the piece and then I capture it, there's always like a little bit of adjustment I have to do because it never captures right. But yeah, there's some light tones. It's watercolor, it's got lots of variations in tone, which is what makes it real fun. I mean, I could genuinely pick it up for hours and hours and hours. But there also has to be a point where I call it. Especially with how much it's taken. Right. Well, we've been going 3.5 hours. Let's just grab my phone. Ooh, now I gotta decide, do I have spoons to continue on with something else? Or do we just call it here? I mean, we've been going 3.5 hours, but like the first 40 minutes was flipping a colouring book. Yeah. I'm just deciding. Because I do have the other page that we were working on, and like, I've done a little bit off camera because I just needed to carry on with it. We could try and get a bit more of this one done. I did start with bad pain day. I'm not doing too badly though. I'm also due for medication, so I'm just about to take my medication. Yeah, but I'm also really enjoying, I really enjoy this. Like, even if I stop, I'm probably just still going to stay here and paint anyway. Because it's fun and it helps distract me from the pain. So it's like, well, we're going to anyway. So it won't be too long, but got a little bit left of me and we can try and get a bit more of this finished off. This is the one that we were working on before we switched over to Vi's. So I've done a little bit more work on the presents and stuff, not a lot, but it's just been one of those works away slowly at ones. Alright, pull out the palette for that one. So yeah,
hello,
it's just
Amy and chat. I hope you are well. Kitties, 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 kitties. Also, please make sure you are taking care of yourselves. Yes, yes.
Hey, bud. We just finished off Vi's piece, so good timing. We just switched to the kitties. But yeah, we literally just finished off a piece. How are you going today, lovely? I hope you're not dying in the heat if it's anything like the warmth that I have right now. I should... Oh no, I called it finishing art, so the title still works. Ha ha ha. Get to go back to my tiny brushes. I get to go back to tiny brushes. And sandwiches, wow, hello. Yeah, I just finished Vi's piece. I'll chuck you back over here for 2 seconds. This is the easiest way to show because of the size. But yeah, we just did the tree in the background. Off camera, I had spent ages cutting out all the flowers for the dress and doing all the details and all the shading off in the dress. So, yeah. Pretty pleased. So, of course, you'll see the final version with the, like, digital version as the card on Vi's stream. No, thank you so much. I'm pretty pleased with it. It was very scary to do that watercolor background. I was very worried about ruining it, but I'm glad we did it because it does look like what I imagined. So hopefully Vi is happy with it. So yeah, we're just spending some time now because got a little bit of time left before I will need to go and take a rest or anything. I was also going to take pain mitts. We were going to take pain mitts. Everybody take your pain mitts. I hope so. I really hope so. I really wanted to do justice to Vi. Create something. I really love how the dress turned out. I'm going to have to get some more of these tapes and do that technique again because it worked so well and it looks so good. It was fussy, but oh, I do love how it turned out. So I'm going to have to see if I can find some more of them. Nope, not quite right. We need it paler. So yeah, now we're just working back on this piece with the gouache and working on covering our lines. I did all sorts of scary things. I worked with really big brushes. It was terrifying. Now I get to go back to my tiny brush. So yeah, this one's not too far away. Like, this one's also really close to being done. Should be nice. And then I've got one to finish off for YouTube. That's also working with gouache. That's a really dumb place to store that, Amy. I just about knocked over the container with all the wells of watercolour that's still in there and still wet and would have permanently stained my carpet. It is now flat on the carpet. So I've still got this one to finish off for YouTube. So there's still a bit of work in that one, but I need to get that one finished off. One of my patrons, Anya, actually messaged and has put forward a request for a certain page and a certain technique. and actually brought the specific digital colouring page that she's working on and trying to produce this effect on, and asked if I'd be willing to. And it's a gorgeous page, and because she went out of her way to buy me a copy of it, I was like, well, yeah, okay. So that's the next Patreon one that I want to try and get done as well. She wants to try and learn how to do Christmas trees, but like the grey blue Christmas trees. She's been struggling to create the colour. And I was like, ooh, that's a really interesting colourway. So, yeah. And then the other thing I'd like to do is that Kanuko Ego Sa one. That's a work in progress. So, I doubt I'll get all this done before Christmas, but we're going to try and get a little bit done. I love tiny brushes. Me too. Me too. But I worked with really big brushes for me, for that piece, and it was scary because I don't normally work with big brushes, but I pushed myself to work with bigger brushes, which definitely made certain areas easy, and I can see why they say to use bigger brushes, but also I like my tiny brushes. So how are we going out there? I hope we're not all melting right now. I swear to God, it's getting even hotter in here. As soon as we're done with stream, I'm probably going to open the curtains wide up. Try and get some airflow in here. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to do it now, but it's going to blow me out so badly. The sun's just going to blow the... I was about to say the sun's going to blow me. No. The sun's going to blow my colorway. Because it's going to just be like... light streaming in there. But honestly, it's so hot in here, I might have to. It's not that it's like overly hot, it's just really humid and I need to get the air flowing. You know, that like sticky humidity. Ugh, I hate it so much. I did. It keeps melting. I put in 2 trays of ice into this and it's melted in the space of about an hour. I would have put the big ball ice maker ice balls in there, but I use them in my iced coffee. And I'm out of ice because everything's got to refreeze now because I used all the ice trays. No, it is still a thermos. It's just, it's really hot in here. Yeah. Yeah. It's like normal. Normally, I put ice in the morning and it will last me until the evening. That's what's been happening with it previously. But yeah, just pretty much melted instantly. Because like, it is a steel tumbler for here, but it's got a plastic lid, so it's got this like area that it can escape, and the straw is like an open hole, so it's not not 100% insulated like a proper thermos would be. It is pretty. I do like it. It also comes in a green-blue blend. Yeah, it's just like an impulse purchase. But between that and the new water filter that I bought, I've been drinking so much more water. So that was like some really good purchases on my part. Because bottled water is expensive, but New Plymouth water is disgusting. It has the nastiest chemically fluoride taste and just tastes awful. So since buying those two, I've been drinking a ton more water, which is obviously really good for me. Yeah, it's actually just from Not Socks. That's all it is. I just got it off Not Socks. I got swayed by Instagram advertising for like their Black Friday special. So it was like $30. It was half price, which is still expensive, but it's like, it's pretty. It holds like 1.4 liters. It's like, meh, I got swayed. That was like after getting some bad news and feeling sad as well. So definitely a impulse emotional purchase, but it's actually been good, so I don't mind. I got a new one yesterday. So busy doing lots of things. There's a nice stainless steel drink bottle on sale. Yeah, I think going into summer, it's more and more essential as well. I think I just need to make up a lot more ice trays, is my feeling. Which is a shame because there's not a lot of room in my freezer. Though there's probably a couple of things in there that I could actually clear out. Like I've got a bag of berries that's got like hardly any berries left in it. So I could just blitz them with some orange juice and make like an icy cold orange juice with a couple of, it's just like a blueberry mango mix. So it's not enough to make a smoothie, but it's enough that I could blitz it with some orange juice and make almost like a slushy, fruit slushy, icy drink. So I should do that to get the bag out of there, and then here's a couple of bags of frozen veg, which I could take one of those out because it's like big, like broccoli, cauliflower, big pieces of carrot. So I could let that defrost and then roast it in the air fryer in a big batch and just have a bunch of roasted veg in the fridge. I've done that a couple of times too. And that would also clear out that really big bag of frozen veg. Just make a lot more room for a bunch more ice trays. Because yeah, during summer, between iced coffees and iced water, I just go for a lot of ice, and like all my drinks get ice. I love icy drinks. Like when I have a glass of Coke, half the time it's like 90% ice. Because I love an icy cold drink. Yeah, so I ended up during the Boxing Day, Black Friday. So my mum gave me some money for the original cat picture that was inspired by Shadow's colours. And so I used half of it to stock up on some supplies, but then I actually used half of it to buy, or about a third of it, to buy a proper jug that filters the water in the filters. Because again, I need to drink more water. We're moving into summer. I'm going to need a lot more water. And then on impulse brought the jug, but between the two of them, the thermos thing, but between the two of them, I'm drinking a shite ton more water. So like, this is got about that much left to go, and that'll be my second one of these today. Yeah, definitely. Anything that improves and makes life a bit easier. And because, like, one of the things about, like, the jug on its own, it's great, but it's definitely better cold. And then, like, a normal size glass, like, getting up to consistently get up and get a glass is a pain. And I have a couple of drink bottles, but also when the hands are bad, it's difficult to open the drink bottles. So, like, this giant handle, which is really easy for me to grab, plus you can still hold it like this, and then it's got this straw at the top that lives in there. It has this thing at the bottom so you can't pull it out, and it's got a silicone rubber topper that you can twist like a normal straw, but then this part where the straw goes can be sealed up and you can turn it into a sipper if you prefer a sipper. So it means that I can keep hydrating without having to get up and consistently refill it when it's got enough ice in it to keep cool. Which actually, by now, the ice might be reset. We might be able to refill it with some ice. Maybe. Yeah, and I've got a bunch of vinyl stickers, which I'm tempted to put all over it. Because, you know, you can. But also, it's so pretty on its own. I don't really want to put the vinyl stickers on it yet. But if it gets a bit scratched up and the paint starts going, then I'll start putting the stickers everywhere. Changing my mind, instead of doing this with the green, let's do it with the beige. Because the gold is so close to the outline anyway. getting there. Want to darken around here a bit more. Because this would be quite a bit in shadow. Right, so I just have the leaves on and the berries on the wrapping paper itself, which, like, I don't mind that the lines are there, but it's like very obvious when everything else doesn't have lines. So I'm just wondering if maybe if I just grab white and just do like a fine white layer and dull the lines down. Because the present is also looking quite grey now. So let's actually go for shock horror, a bigger brush. There we go. Organise my meets for a whole next week. Fantastic. Proud of you, Fud. That's awesome. All ready to go for whatever the week may be. Why am I using that massive brush for something that needs to be very, very tiny? Right, so I need you cover up that line, and then I need what colour? Some sort of string colour. Alright, so I think I hadn't done the shading down here. Which isn't much for down the bottom, it was just recognizing that these a little bit of shadow comes up. Tone that down a slight bit. Right, I think all we got left is our cat. And we're just about to head to ad break, which is perfect timing. So we're going to let this ad break roll. We're going to do some stretches, and then we'll come back and we'll do our kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. And then it'll be a second page done. Ooh, stretchy, stretchy, stretch. Pardon me. So rude. Alright, you need to be stretching, Amy, not just playing the game on your phone. Alright, welcome back from the ads. I hope you had a good stretch. Ooh, feeling good and loose and limber and ready to go. So, kitty. So we're doing a pale gingery type kitty. I'm gonna activate a bunch of red. I should have another eyedropper around here. I do. I've got piles of them. It'd be much easier. So we need a bunch of these colours active. You love gingers? Yeah, gingers are pretty good. I had a ginger boy. His name was JB because he used to eat the black jelly beans that used to be called JBs. Oh, way too intense here. You know, intense is right because we start with the dark and then we keep lightening like we did with the trees. That was the plan. I remember now. So we want to start with some darker areas. Israel was so pretty. He also had a pretty sister who was a pale ginger who was adopted the same day I got Azzy. Oh. I don't know if I have any photos of JB on the computer. I know I have a photo of JB with one of my brothers. I think. Let's have a look. Let's see if I've got any photos of the cats. could be on my hard drive, to be perfectly honest. Don't know what you are. You can go. Didn't say open. Oh, yeah. I've got some photos on the computer because I still have all the photos from when my dad passed away and I was sorting out a bunch of stuff. So rather than like try and do it, I copied over every photo to my computer from all the other areas and then backed them up somewhere else. And then like I knew I could delete from mine and we still had all the originals. It made it easier to do the slideshow for his funeral. I thought I had some family pictures on here. They could be on my hard drive, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, no, I think they're on the hard drive, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, it's a pretty intense job, like collating photos and then putting together a slideshow. I was really pleased with the slideshow though that I did create. We had like the way I really worked hard to make sure not only we had one that sort of represented everyone at every stage, but also some like other slides, like one plate of it was just photos of Dad asleep in weird areas because he always had this tendency to fall asleep anywhere. So that one got a really good reaction because everyone was just cracking up. But then the other thing was my dad had this really strange habit of every time we moved into a new house, he had to take a photo of himself on the toilet, like fully clothed, just pretending and pulling a stupid face. But the amount of photos we had of my dad on the toilet pulling a stupid face was also really weird. So that was a plate in itself because it was just such a weird oddity thing and it was so funny, but that was the kind of weird shit that he used to do all the time. So, yeah. So it was like trying to pull off and show, you know, different things in his life and stuff like that, but also show like humor and representation and stuff like that. So, yeah. Considering that, oh my god. So, like, when my dad died, it was out of nowhere. Like, legit, none of us thought it was real when we got the phone calls. Because it was just so unexpected for him to, because he got a blood clot and it got caught in his heart and he just dropped like that. But the week of, it was also, we had another COVID explosion in New Zealand, so they upped, like we had the funeral set for Monday at 10 a.m. and at 7 p.m. on the Sunday they moved us to level 3 restrictions, which meant our funeral had to be capped at 100, and at that stage I hadn't even started the slideshow because of the week. So instead of doing that on Sunday night like I had planned, Sunday night was spent contacting people and being like, you're on our list of 100, are you going to attend? Because we were expecting over 1,000 people at Dad's funeral. Like, it was going to be huge. Like, that's how many were indicated to attend. So the church that my dad was involved in was really good because they immediately put a call out to everybody at their church and said, resort back to your COVID Bible groups, because they had formed little clusters for their church meetings, and so they would do church in clusters. So they immediately said, everybody go to your clusters. That's how you're attending the funeral. So that immediately knocked out all the church people, and we're like, oh, okay, phew. So we just had to focus on family, friends that weren't involved with the church, and like all this stuff. So that's what we were trying to do Sunday night, was trying to figure out who was on the 100, who we could get in, who we couldn't get in. So at like midnight we called it. We had like 80 on the list, and then we had a list of like 20 that had first priority but we hadn't managed to get hold of. And then it was just like, if there were extras, they were just asked to wait until the ones that were on the list were, and then if we had seats, they could get in. So that was a thing in itself. But then on that, I still had to do the slideshow, and then I still had to write my eulogy. So there was just no sleep that night. Yeah. It was a night. We're just like, of course. But we had already arranged earlier for the funeral to be live streamed because, of course, Dad had a lot of friends internationally. So we knew we needed to live stream it regardless. So we had always arranged for it to be live streamed because he used to go on Facebook Live all the time. Just the weirdest things. He was definitely a live streamer. He also used to come into Twitch a lot. I don't know if any of the OG folks remember. That's why Mum is Kiwi Mum Tammy, because it used to be Kiwi Dad, and that was my legit dad, and Mum would come in via Dad's account too, but she set up her own account now. So I used to pop in a lot as well and hang out on stream as well. And yeah, Dad really liked Twitch and live streaming and the way that the internet connected people. He was a ham radio operator, so he used to like connect with a lot of people internationally. So we knew we had to live stream the funeral regardless. So at least that was all set up, and I didn't have to scramble for that on Sunday night as well. That was a night. Yeah, it was really fun to go through people's photos, and people would like send through stuff and like trying to make sure we had a representation of everything. And so like, you know, being like, okay, what photos are like absolutely essential, what photos, you know, and some people sent through like almost duplicates or repeating photos. So there was a couple of times I could be like, okay, this is the same sort of thing. You know, it's a lot, but it was good because, so funnily enough, the week that Dad he dropped on a public holiday Monday. And that Friday was also the day that I had my GP appointment for everything that was going on with my body. And we started figuring out what was going on. That was when the GP went, you have inflammatory arthritis. I'm getting you to a specialist ASAP. So, yeah, again, it was a week. But because of how it went and how shocking it was, like, my brothers and my mum, their coping mechanism was to shut down, which I fully respect. Like, that's how they needed to cope. They just needed to shut down. They were in shock. They weren't even sure what to do. When I am in a situation I can't control, look for things I can control. So I took over funeral arrangements. I took over contacting everyone. So like the first call was to my aunt and uncle, my mum's sister and brother-in-law. And I was like, I'm going to need you down here. Get down here ASAP. And they're like, we're on a flight this afternoon. So they started like sorting out and getting down straight away because they were like, oh, seriously? And then the second call was to my cousin, which is Dad's brother's daughter, because I didn't have a direct contact for my uncle, but also I knew how shocking it had been for our family. So I contacted her and I was like, I couldn't get hold of her because I knew she was at work and her work situation, like I couldn't contact her directly. So I left her a message saying, hey, I have an urgent situation. I need a phone call ASAP from you. This is not a joke. Please ring me. So she rang me and she's like, holy shit, what's going on? And so I told her. She's like, oh my God. I was like, yeah, and I don't want to go and tell Uncle directly because of how this has happened. Please, can I leave that with you? Because I feel like that would be better coming from you. And she's like, absolutely, you made the right call. So she took over letting him know. And then the third call was to my dad's work because obviously he wasn't going to be at work tomorrow. So I was like, yeah, can you let work know? Can you deal with work? And then, yeah, so that was how I looked for control. So all week I was organising. No, sorry, the first protocol before I called anybody was actually to a funeral home because my grandmother had passed away the year before and we had a really close relationship with a funeral home. And they had been brilliant with my grandmother. So I rang her directly, like our funeral director from that. And I was like, hey, explain the situation. She's like, well, funnily enough, we're the ones that take on situations like this for the police. So because he was out walking, and so he had to be taken by ambulance, even though he was deceased, to the hospital to be pronounced dead. It's a whole thing. Yeah. So, yeah, so she was with him the whole time, which was another peace of mind to the family, because they were like, okay, somebody's there. But yeah, it was just like everything I could look for in control, I was in control of. But yeah, crazy week. And the ironic thing in all of this is at several points, my mum and my brothers were like, slow down, and you don't have to do this. And I was like, no, this is what I need to do right now, because this is what I need. Like, you need to do what you need to do. I need to do this. I am more than happy to take on these arrangements because this is what I need to do to cope right now. So everyone just let me go for it. And everyone knew I was in control of all of this. But then I said jokingly, you know, in 6 months' time, I'm sure something can happen and then y'all can look after me. And then 6 weeks later is when I slipped in the shower and ended up in hospital for a month and a half. And now looking back, I just crack up laughing at it. I think it's hilarious. But at the time, a lot of chaos. A lot of chaos. Yeah. Spoke it into being. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so just the irony of it all is hilarious. But we're good. We're good. That was a few years ago now. That was... Oh, shoot. 2021. Good times. Oh, yeah, gallbladders are not particularly fun as well. So at work, because of gallbladder stones, when they remove a gallbladder and they're full of stones, they like do the histology that they need to do, but there's more stones than they need to keep. So sometimes they will put them into a vase, and they have a vase of gallbladder stones, because they are actually surprisingly pretty. They come in different colors depending on what's going on. But yeah, not fun. Isn't it annoying when people are right? So annoying. But also, yes. Oh, that's what's making the sound. This bottle's not closed properly. I kept hearing like a grinding or a hissing, and I was like, what? Is my laptop like making weird sounds? No, it was because the bottle lid wasn't 100% shut. So it was like sizzling out. Just like, what is that? Hopefully it didn't pick up too intently on the microphone. Now, unfortunately, I have made a silly mistake here, and I've watered down my colours too much. Using the eyedropper, I put too much water on the page. But because it's so hot, they are drying out, so they're starting to thicken back up again, so it's okay. But initially, I made them too wet. Because when they're too wet, they're too translucent, and we need them opaque. Because we're covering lines. Right, I need to make some more browns. Let's just scoop some of you over here to this black brown and lighten it up to make a tan brown. I love that gouache reactivates. I really do need to get some proper gouache because I'm really enjoying gouache right now. Oh my gosh, I followed a new colorist on Instagram. I wish I could remember their name. I'm sure if I looked at my feed I could find them eventually. But they do paint in colouring books, but the way they paint them and the colours they use, oh, it's so stunning. I don't even know where my phone is. I don't know where anything is. I feel like I'm in chaos mode. Nope. You don't happen to put it in recents, right? No, you rearranged. Damn. Damn. It's going to take me ages to find it. Yeah, be right back. It's more coffee time. Yes. Get that good coffee juice. I'm kind of tempted to make another iced coffee. Been drinking so much iced coffee lately. Of course, I need my ice to be set for that to happen. I've been making a iced coffee with oat milk because I normally drink black coffee, but when I drink an iced coffee I actually like it to be milky, so that's when I will drink like not black coffee. So I've been putting coffee and oat milk, and then I've been putting like mixed spice in there, and then I have this old syrup stuff that it's like this sugar-free syrup, but it's a maple walnut flavor. It's probably made for pancakes or something, right? I never use it. I never make pancakes, but it's really good in the coffee to make this kind of like a chai latte, a little sweet, but it's not. It's just really good right now. So I've been doing that for my iced coffees, and it's really delicious. Our ginger kitty is coming together. in a super thick opaque colour so we can start really blocking out some of these. You return with coffee? Yes, I was just saying before that I've been making a bunch of iced coffees lately and I'm kind of tempted to make another one. I've been using coffee, oat milk, because iced coffee is the time that I do drink milk in my coffee. And then adding a teaspoon of mixed spice, and I have this sugar-free maple walnut syrup, and adding that as well, making like a like sort of spiced, nutty, sweet iced coffee. It's really good. Like normally I just like my plain black coffee, but it's really good as an iced coffee variant. It's still dark coffee. I still put a lot of coffee in there, but just adds to it. Yeah, it's so good in the heat at the moment, but I've just got to wait for my ice to reset because I used all my ice. I think it's maybe, I don't know, I put it in at like, before I started stream, around 9 o'clock I reset all my ice, so. Yeah, just before 9 because I took mummy coffee at 9 and that's when I made my iced coffee. I'm going to be making up my speculoos mix for Xmas. Yes. Yeah. Actually, that mix would be good in iced coffee as well. Making a good spiced coffee. You wouldn't want much, but yeah. I'm just using like pre-made mixed spice because I'm lazy. Could make like a specific chai or pumpkin spice blend or something like that, but nah, I just chuck some mixed spice in there. Does the job. Sometimes I just chuck cinnamon straight in. Depends what I'm in the mood for. Yum, yes. Fruit toast is so tasty. It's been a while since I've had fruit toast. I go through phases of having like lots of fruit toast and then I don't for a while. But yeah, fruit toast with banana and spices on top. So good. Meal in itself there too. Actually, I've got a ton of bananas to use up. Should figure out something to do with them. Should see if I can fit a tray into my freezer and freeze them and then turn them into ice cream because I have no ice cream. I kind of feel like ice cream right now because it's so hot. So if I at least freeze some bananas, I can make ice cream because definitely at the use them now stage. It's nice and hot cross buns when those are in season 2. Yeah, I can imagine. getting there with our kitty, and then we just have to do the bow. I think that's a little out of focus. I might just... Let's make you big so I can triple check. Yeah, very out of focus. Oh, I bet it's doing the thing again. Perfection Cider, hello. How are you going today? Sorry, we're just battling the art camera. That should be locked. I'm surprised it's not locked. No, we want that on. $20, $25, $20. I think that's as close as we're gonna get. I'm okay, and you? I'm doing good. We've had a productive day. We finished off the Violaycious Christmas card painting, thingy-mabob, drawing, colouring, the thingy-mabob. And we have just about finished off this one too, so it's been productive. Yeah, it's a bit of a painful day, but I'm having a good time. I feel really good now that I got Vi's page finished. Like, that's just made me breathe a sigh of relief, because it's getting a little stressed with how long it was taking. Just because I know that there's a due date on it. And then I've got a bunch of other things that I want to try and get done that I've had to put aside. So it's nice to get that one done and feel like, okay, that's done and it's done in time. So I've just got to do the digital scan and clean it up and then get it to Vi. Which I'm excited about. Excited to see what happens on her end with the digital assets added and turned into the stream thingamabob. It's going to be really cool. Yeah, it's been really good. And so yeah, we're just about finished this one. We're just finishing off our kitty, and then I've just got the bow as well. Right, I want just the slightest touch of red. That is way too much red. And then yeah, that should be nice, because then when we get to Sunday, it's like, ha ha ha, what are we going to do? I mean, I have plenty that we can do. There's no lack in it. So yes, we will be streaming Sunday, which is Christmas Eve here in New Zealand. Mum does not have a market because the farmers market's on at the regular spot and they're not allowed to share with them. So that's all good. So I have no mum duties, and yeah, we just have the day. I'm going to enjoy having the day. I know a few people are planning on streaming that day too, including Vi, and I think Sam Sarah was also planning on streaming, which should be fun. So I don't know what time. Again, it's Sunday Fun Day. We'll start when we start, we end when we end. That's always Sunday Fun Days days. Because it's Sunday Fun Day. And what we do, well, we'll see. I have a bunch of colouring to do. We got some new books today too, which we flipped at the start of stream. I got my 2 mythographic books. So I'm like, ooh, we could work a mythographic. Although I have another mythographic page in progress. Yeah. That's all good perfection. I'm not expecting anyone to, like, it's Christmas Eve, you know? And it's also for the non-time zone people it's like the day before Christmas. Like, I know a lot of people have stuff on. It's going to be what it's going to be. But it's just regular stream day, and I have nothing else planned, and I like the idea of being able to spend the day that I want to. Yeah, we're just, again, it's Sunday fun day. It's whatever I feel like on the day. That's the point of Sunday, is it's the more chill stream. I have no work, so we can go for as late as possible, as I feel. But it's also Christmas Eve, so, you know. If you're around and want to hang, cool. If you can't, that's also cool. Live your life. You know, life is beyond what's on the internet and on Twitch or YouTube. I'm very grateful to everyone when they do spend their time with me, because, like, you could be doing other things, but you're choosing to be here, which is wonderful. I ordered 15 books. Yes, I did see your list about completing Heine Carlson and Millie's. It's so good. It's so cool. I'm excited for you when they all arrive in. I've actually gotten a ton of colouring books this month because I got gifted a bunch of digital stuff from a couple of people, which was really, really lovely. Totally unexpected. And then I went and was investigating. Oh, fuck, that reminds me, I was going to send it to you. I sent it to Mello, but I didn't send it to you. I have a thingy-mabob. So Morgan O'Brien does really, really cute art. They're the artist behind Matchstick Mouse. If you like Animal Crossing, on their Ko-Fi, they actually have 2 free colouring books that are Animal Crossing related. But they also have some Paleo Pine colouring pages, aka cute dinos, and they're free. And I was meant to send it to you, Fudd, to be like, look, cute dinos that you can colour. So you just have to print it. But yeah. Dinos. So yeah, go check out that Ko-Fi link. I should put it in YouTube as well. So it comes up for YouTube as well. But yeah, I brought the 2 digital books on the Ko-Fi store. Because that Any Day one is one that I've wanted for a while. It's cozy. First off, the Annie looks like Amy. Just saying, because the N can be 2 M's, and the E with the little macron above it looks like an I, so I read it as Amy Day, aka it's a colouring book for me. But it's a cute, sweet little bunny, and she's doing all sorts of cozy things around the house, and it's gorgeous. And so I got that one, and then I got the Winter Matchstick Mouse that was on the Ko-Fi as well as all the free ones. But I have those printed as well. So we could also do that, like, very chill, low-key, because it just looks super duper cute. I don't know, we'll see how we go in the day, you know? Again, it's whatever I feel like on the day. When I wake up, if I wake up and decide I want to play video games or craft, or it'll probably be colouring, to be perfectly honest. I really love colouring. We might even do both. Maybe we'll play some Suika and then colour, or colour and then play some Suika and do some more colouring. It can be whatever, cause it's Sunday fun day. Thank you, I've saved the link. You're welcome. These are a couple of Paleo Pine ones. So, yeah, you just gotta print them. But they're very cute. But yeah, I saw it and I was like, I need to send this to Mello and I need to send this to Fudd. And I sent it to Mello and then I got distracted. But it was in there. It remembered. I would have looked at it and then gone, oh yeah. And yeah, if you're into Animal Crossings, there's like full-on Animal Crossing ones as well. And they're like 2 free books that you can download. And they're all Animal Crossing themed. And it's also super cute. And it's 2 free freaking colouring books. So, you know. That's pretty sweet. Whoop likes Animal Crossing. There you go. There you go. Welcome to the jungle and welcome to the island. Alright, so now what I want to do, because we've got like sort of tone and texture in for the fur, which I know some of it's not showing up too well because some of it's pretty subtle. But what I also want to do is do some shading, because like, you know, this side's the lightest on the cat, but it would actually be the darkest because it's in shadow. So we're going to make up a grey, a light grey. Only 2 missing Hannah Carlson's books now that are Daydreams and Atlantis, and I'll get them next month. I can only get the English ones. Yeah, I have Daydreams. That's actually one of the 2 Hannah Carlson's I own. I do want to get, I think it's Tales from the Witch's Cottage is like my top priority for the Hannah Carlson books. I have Daydreams and Summer Nights. Daydreams is definitely one. Yeah, I don't have a lot of Hannah, but they are gorgeous books. But I go through bursts of working in Hannah's books, actually. I think it's Daydreams. It's the one that I was working in order and everything is like pink, purple, blue with maybe, and green. And then maybe like some accents like gold or silver or something. Or like skin tone on the portrait pages. And I'm just working in order in it. And every once in a while I'll get a burst and then I'll do a ton. And then it goes aside for a while. And then we work on something else. And then I come back to it. So she's not one of my go-tos, but I can also understand the appeal of her. Because when I do work on her, it's really enjoyable. I love the way that the backgrounds are free and open and how artistic you can get in her work. I think it's really fun. Alright, we need to focus on over here because this needs a little bit of texture because the white is looking very flat. There we go. Her books are my type of colouring. I love her books so much. Yeah, and I can see why. Like, I do understand why she's as popular as she is. I can see the appeal of it. And again, when I go on a run of colouring her, I do really enjoy it. I have so many books, and it depends on what my mood is. But that's the great thing about colouring is there's just so many artists, there's so many wonderful books out there. It's like you can colour what you enjoy because there's just so many and they're so all wonderfully good. Alright, last step is the bow. Home stretch, folks, on this one. If we still had the final countdown available to play, it would be the perfect time to play it. It is unfortunately disabled because that would get me instantly disconnected from YouTube, and I've still got to get the sound alerts on their own channel so I can have them active on Twitch without activating on YouTube. Honestly, I just need to get over to Sammy's. I jump on her computer. She jumps on mine. She sets up all the streamer bot stuff and all that tech stuff. And then I sit on hers and use her drawing tablet, and I do a bunch of emotes for her. Just do a computer swap for a while. I'll sing it now. You can imagine it. Do 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 do. Yeah, I do miss it, and I miss my earworm as well. But unfortunately, it's like, so if you play something that is copyright on Twitch, your VOD just gets muted. You play something that's copyright on, and you can get like copyright strikes and stuff, and then you can like lose your channel. So it's better to play DMC free music. And I actually really don't mind this playlist. Like, I know I play the same playlist all the time, but it really is just that good background chill music. Like, it just works. And I know some people might be like, eh. So I try to keep it a little on the quieter side so you can still hear me, but also have it turned down if you want to play your own. But then on so this one, like, I can't even remember what I was saying now. Lost the plot. It's fine. It's fine. It's too hot. I can't think anymore. I think too, like, sometimes I've thought about changing it up, but I also like the predictability of this because I know the playlist, so it plays and it helps fill in that background noise, but it's not overwhelming, which is a big thing. Because, like, and the thing is, like, I know a lot of people also have another stream going or have something else going or are working. It's subtle enough to be background noise to help fill out the space, but it's not overwhelming and it's not intense and it's not going to completely drown out something that you need. And so it works for me. And with me, I often have a lot of noise going on in the head, so I like something that's quieter and softer and predictable for me. If I put on a different playlist, I don't know it as well as this one, so I'm going to have to listen intently, in case anything comes up that shouldn't be on the channel. But also, I then have to concentrate on it. And that variety, which can be fun, is not what I want when I'm streaming and wanting those chill, relaxing spaces. Like, I can relax to this because I know it, and it's good, and it's comforting, and it's peaceful. I have a couple other, like, peaceful playlists that I'll put on, and I wish I could put those on for stream sometimes so that we could have, like, more options in chill music. But, and yeah, like, sometimes I've thought about putting on, like, lo-fi. And if I wasn't worried about the copyright, I would use like some of the lo-fi playlists because those are really good, and I like putting those on a lot too. If I'm in the mood for something that I don't know and I want a little bit more variety, I'll put on a lo-fi playlist. But again, those have copyright. They're not DMC free, so. And yes, I know I can set up the thing where it comes out and it comes out on separate audio channels so it doesn't get recorded to the VOD thingy-mabob. But we haven't got that far yet. I was proud enough about setting up water on the separate audio channel. I play the Pogues who sing in the... Yeah. I can only hear it when I put the AirPods in. Yeah, so it is meant to be very low. At the moment, this song is also a very quiet one. It's designed to be low so that it's there if you've got it loud, but also it's low enough that if you play something else, but you can still hear me, but you can have your own music going and it's not going to interrupt. Although this song has gone particularly quiet. Yeah, this one's a bit louder. There's a couple of them that are quite a bit quieter than the other ones. And it may now be too loud, so let me know. The only thing is, because I keep it so quiet, when we do play ads are like really loud in comparison. And it's like, oh, maybe I should have everything like uber loud so those ads aren't as loud in comparison. I know that's why some DJ streams and stuff go very loud with their audio, so that when the ads come on, the ads are very quiet. Which isn't a bad idea. Speaking of ads, let's just make sure we snooze these because we are very close to being done. And that'll be it for today's stream because Mum will be packing up from the market soon. So I have to go and unlock the laundry and whatnot. I won't be able to have a nap today, but I figured that. But we will take a little rest before work. I think we are just about done. A little bit of a shadow from the kitty, which I've accidentally done in some sort of green grey instead of blue grey, but that's okay. Oh, it's not me going to the markets. My mum is at a market that happens to be next door to me. But she stores her market stuff at my place because, of course, I'm right next door. So it's just helping her get her stuff back into my laundry where she stores it. And unlocking the laundry because I've had to keep it locked at the moment because there's a lot of people in and out of the building at the moment. So, no. Okay, we're good. We're good. We saved it. We saved it. We're okay. Right, I wanted to darken some of these things at the bottom so that they actually match with like the ground that they're against. It's not so presence plonked in open space. Where's my slightly bigger brush? No, that's all good, perfection. That's all good. I didn't explain it properly. It's all good. Yeah, I've had to take like some extra breaks this stream because I ran her down a coffee and stuff. And before I started stream, I ran her down a coffee because I do that because it's right next door to me. So she just brings me her milk and then I run her down coffees and stuff and makes it a bit cheaper for her. It's like it's right next door to me, so it's not like it's hard. Not gonna be there forever though because I'm moving the market, so alright, let's just smush out some of this background texture. I may regret doing that. I regret doing that. we just lifted paint instead of smushing. So let's reapply some paint. There we go. There's our second one for the day done. How about that for a productive stream? Again, it's the sort of thing I could pick at for hours and hours and hours. But we don't need to, because I think we're okay calling that one done. Just brightening up this red ever so slightly. Yeah, it's been a good productive stream between finishing this off and then finishing off Vi's picture as well. Very, very productive day getting 2 done at once. I am happy with that. Alright, let's see if we can find somebody on Twitch to raid. So for those on YouTube, of course this won't quite work because it's not a YouTube feature, it's a Twitch feature, but that's okay. Alright, who's on? And now you're going to jump up really loud. So we're going to turn that back down again. Because that's really loud. Okay. I was just looking to see if there's anybody else colouring, and there is, but they also have toxic as one of their tags, so no thank you. Oi! I have none of my regulars on because everyone's taking a Christmas break. I know. Immediately, like, no. Thank you, Perfection. I hope you have a happy holidays as well. Alright, so we're gonna go and raid. We're gonna raid them. They're doing kitty art, so yeah, I mean, it's entirely possible that they're not. I've just never been there. I don't know. I don't have the spoons to go and sit there. So copy that raid message. We're going to go and raid someone called Janakui. They're painting a Christmas cat, so it seems appropriate. I don't think I've really been here before, but every time, like, I've lurked a couple of times, and they do some really pretty art. So they've got some skills, and we appreciate the traditional art skills, you know? So let's make sure I spell their name right. Looks cute and cozy. Oh my god. And they're doing a Christmas kitty. So it seems really appropriate. But yes, thank you so much for being here today, for helping me out, for keeping me going. Thank you for all your encouragement and support during the scary part of today's painting, and yeah, for getting through 2 pictures today. We will be back on Sunday, Christmas Eve. Fully understand if you're not around, don't feel any pressure. There's never any pressure. If you're here and you want to hang, that's awesome. If you don't, you got things to do, you got a life, it's all good. I'm just going to be here to hang out and enjoy, and I hope to see you But if I can't, I can't. And if I don't see you around, make sure you have a happy holidays. Make sure you look after yourself. If you celebrate it, I hope you have a wonderful time. If you don't, I hope you have a good relaxing period. Make sure you take care of yourselves, especially around this time of year. It gets crazy and chaotic and stressful, and there's no need for it. Remember to look after yourself. I really appreciate y'all. Make sure you take care, and I'll see you in the next stream.